Ja. Daar hing, hè? Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As Secretary General of LERU, it's my pleasure to welcome you at this launch event of LERU's paper dealing with the Framework Program 9 for Research and Innovation in Europe. We present today our views on this Framework Program, which will cover the period 2021 to 2027. And we hope that with this paper we can make a major contribution to the ideas that the European Commission and DG RTD in particular will bring forward, not in the beginning of next year as we learned, but somewhere within more or less a year from now, almost the summer of 2018. So on this last day before the summer officially starts, and perhaps that after tomorrow we get back to spring or winter or fall, we will have to see. But on this last day before the summer officially starts, I'm very happy that we already now can put forward a detailed set of ideas for the next framework program. We have quite a busy schedule for you this morning. And just before I forget it, let me also welcome those who are looking at us here in this room, because this event is also live streamed through LERU's YouTube website and LERU's website. It's the first time that we do that, so hope everything goes well on that point. So we have a quite busy schedule for you this morning. We first will have a few introductory words by our chair. Then we will have a presentation on the headlines of the paper, followed by a comment, an elaborated comment by a representative of the European Commission. Then we will have a coffee break to reflect on everything that you learned in this first part of the morning. And after that, we have a very interesting lineup in a panel, which is also going to comment on several elements of the paper that we will present this morning. And after that, we will have enough time for a Q&A with all of you for all kinds of questions that you may have with regard to the paper, with regard to the framework program, which has to be drafted for the following years. So let me immediately give the floor to our chairman. I'm very glad that our LERU chairman is here this morning with us, Professor Bert van der Zwaan, who is the Rector Magnificus of Utrecht University, has been so kind to join us here this morning and to give a few introductory remarks, his views on the upcoming framework program. Bert, the floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here this morning, and I won't take up a lot of your time in view of the very busy schedule you have ahead of you. It's good to see so many of you here. I think FP9 is really an important program, and LERU devoted a lot of attention to it. And it's in the tradition of LERU, where we have published numerous position papers over the past couple of years. And we think we are good at that. Modesty is not really our trademark, but I think that we can claim that we have a real good tradition there. Over the past, let's say, 3 years, we have published many papers directed at research and innovation, areas where we think that the view of the research universities is counting. And we do that because We think that research universities are the backbone of Europe and Europe's future. And I will tell you a little bit about the procedure also of this paper and then address my views and worries on FP9. Position papers in LERU have a long way before they are launched like this morning. A year before, preparations start, and the 23 research universities bring the best of their people to the table to address the subject at hand. In this case, a year ago, the round 1 started and 23 views came on the table. And these were collected over the past year, and then in an iterative process, it goes to and fro to the Rector's Assembly, where last spring this paper was approved of. And it sounds like a lot of work, and it is a lot of work. This has taken an immense amount of men or people hour, but we think it is worthwhile, and I will come back to that later. But this procedure leads to, we think, authoritative papers which are leading in the debate and are really giving a lot of ideas on improving on research and innovation in the context of the European Union. And we think, as said, that it's really important, and in particular FP9. We are, whatever we think of where we are now today, in a rather difficult situation concerning the European Union. But particularly in that perspective, we think that FP9, research and innovation, is going to give the new Europe a new perspective. Europe needs perspective, and we have seen a lot of debate, and with or without our colleagues from the United Kingdom, we as universities intend to contribute to that future, to that new future where research and innovation are going to be essential. And for that we need an FP9 which is better than all the previous programs. We need better funding. We need higher success rates. We need defense research not at the cost of fundamental research, and we need room for improvement of regulations and simplifying rules. But that's the technicalities. I think what we are really looking at is a program which is instrumental in the stability of the continent. And in that perspective, I want to talk for 1 minute on what's going on in our various countries in terms of elections and what has been going on in the context of the Brexit, what has been going on in the elections in the United States. What we see today is not simply dissatisfaction. What we see today is the emergence of a huge divide between the globalizing people, the people who think that unification of Europe and the world brings prosperity and a better future. But on the other hand, we have about half of our populations which are dissatisfied and don't believe in that future, who believe that there is not climate change, who believe that jobs are more important than these huge societal challenges. And of course, jobs are important. But the connection between what is going on at home in their villages and cities and what's going on in the world at large, in view of the enormous challenges ahead of us, is not really made, and this leads to an enormous amount of electorate elections which are going the wrong way. And in that particular context, we think that FP9 also should contribute to bridge that gap between the various parts of the populations, to address societal challenges and to take care of the future, and to convince people that it's important to have research and innovation to take care of their future as well. We really welcome that the European Commission and the commissioners have been devoted to the previous FP framework programs, and we hope that they also, and they pledged to do that, to take care of this FP9 program. But to support them, we made this rather detailed position paper, and I'm proud to say it is the most detailed so far, which I've seen. And that is because we think that on the one hand there's a lot of improvement to be have in the future, and on the other hand that there is also a lot to win in terms of regulations and in terms in the way the FP9 program is playing out. As said, all the 23 universities have given input, but I must highlight the efforts of two persons in getting this paper together in the present shape form as it's going to be launched today. One is Laura Kustermans, who did a lot of work. She had the troublesome job to keep these 23 universities together and to find some compromise between the endless streams of suggestions, ideas, and improvements which were put on the table by all these excellent people from these 23 institutes. And she did an excellent job together with Koert de Ketelaere as Secretary General. And in the end, I must say, I'm proud of what's on the table today. I'm really proud of this paper. I think that LERU has produced a great contribution to the debate on FP9, and I hope that in the end it will result in an excellent program which addresses all the worries and all the hopes of this continent. Thank you very much.
And of course, we now move on to our main agenda point, I would say, the presentation of the headlines of the paper. The presentation will be done, as Bert already indicated, by Laura Kustermans from the LERU office, Senior Policy Officer, and Stijn Deloré. Stijn is the chair of our group of European Research Project Managers. He's also the head of international funds at KU Leuven University. Both of them have been leading on this process of developing the paper. Unlike what Bert is saying, my contribution is only to make sure that we deliver in time, but that's my major contribution to the whole process. But for the content, of course, we need our in-house specialists, and it's clear that Laura and Stijn, together with the many people who have been feeding into this paper from the LERU communities and policy groups, have been doing an excellent job. Laura will start off and later on hand over to Stijn, but Laura, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure after what Bert has been saying here that there's a lot left for me to say, but I will give it a try anyway. Yes, I'm very pleased here to present to you today, together with Stijn, LERU's views on FP9, which we published today in this paper called Beyond the Horizon, which is quite saying a lot, of course. We make a lot of recommendations in this paper. This paper is 30 pages long and brings together new ideas we developed within LERU, but also brings together a lot of other views that LERU has been publishing over the last, say, 2 to 3 years about aspects that are relevant to the framework program, such as open science, the EIC, the EIT, etc. We will not be going into detail, I can assure you, on all the views and recommendations in the paper. That would take us probably for a presentation of 2 hours, and we're not going to do this. We're going to focus on new ideas and on those principles and programs which we believe are most important for the framework program. This is going to be very useful. So, as Bert has already been saying, Europe needs research and innovation, but research and innovation also needs Europe. So we know that investing in research and innovation increases economic growth, but we do not only need research and innovation for economic growth, we also need it to address society's challenges, not only to address them, but also to identify them and to investigate them. And this is very important for Europe's future, as Bert has already mentioned. Research and innovation needs Europe and especially needs the framework program. The funding the framework program provides is unique. It generates an EU-wide competition for excellence. It stimulates mobility of researchers, and it brings together people, researchers, partners from different sectors, different disciplines, and different countries to address challenges together. This is not, there's no similar funding in any member state or other research funder, and it's also, we believe, not possible for any other funder to do the same thing as the framework program does. Our universities, but in general, I think the whole research community in Europe needs the framework program. And I know that I'm preaching here to the converted, but I think it's a very important message to repeat in times in which there is budget uncertainty. And that's, of course, the case now, especially with the Brexit negotiations ongoing at the moment. We also think that the EU should give an example, set an example for member states and dedicate at least 3% of its GDP to research and innovation, and preferably more than 3%. But it's very important that member states do the same thing if Europe really wants to move towards this knowledge-based society. And we also think the EU should set an example by being very ambitious in the budget for FP9. And we believe this budget should be at least 120 billion euro to realize everything we, at least in our paper, have described for FP9. If this program is going to be ambitious, if it's going to be, wants to support the many excellent projects that are there in Europe, this is what we need at least, because we know that, for instance, in Horizon 2020, if we would need to fund all the projects that are being evaluated as excellent, we probably need even more than this budget. LERU would like FP9 to focus on those parts of the framework program that are most successful, that have a proven track record and have a clear EU added value. And to us, especially these are the European Research Council, the Marie Skłodowska-Curie actions, and the Collaborative Research and Innovation Program, which we will describe later in more detail. We do believe that innovation instruments are important, but we do not want the EU to dedicate a too large amount of the funding to these innovation instruments. And last but not least, we believe that Europe should also set an example in closing the knowledge triangle. And I think it's very saying that this image, when I was looking for an image of the knowledge triangle, what I mostly encountered triangles from EIT kicks. And I think that says a lot, because the EIT kicks really work with the whole knowledge triangle, but we believe that also in FP9 efforts should be made to link more closely with education and develop synergies possibly with the successor of Erasmus+. And we make some recommendations in our paper. We have some ideas on this as well. So this will probably not surprise you. Certainly not the first point. We believe that projects should be selected on the basis of the quality of the work proposed. And that is the most important point of selection for projects, and nothing should come close to that. We do believe that no other sub-criteria should be added to the sub-criteria that we have at the moment. Certainly not any geographical sub-criteria. We don't want to create token partners. We don't want to create two levels of excellence. We believe that only the quality of the work should be the first and most important criterion. Impact, yes, we also believe impact is important, but not necessarily to select projects, because it is very, very difficult to predict impact before you actually start working on the project. And this is especially the case for frontier research, but also for research which is in a medium stage of development. How can you predict what the impact of your project will be? Yes, we need to do a better job in showcasing impact, in showing what we do with funding. But to make a very good case for impact is only possible X number of years after the project has finished. We also need the Commission to look into its definition of impact. This is not always a positive impact. As Bert has been mentioning, a lot of citizens in Europe are not happy with the way European society is developing. We need to look into this as well. And here is also where I would like to emphasize that social sciences and humanities need to be on board when we look at, for instance, societal challenges. We also need to look at negative effect of some innovation maybe. Maybe some innovation is not only disrupting market, but is also disrupting our society. We need to look into it. This. And that's why I wanted to add this image to show you that impact can be big, but it also can sometimes not be ending well. But we are committed to impact, and LERU is going to look into impact in the framework program in the next year, and we will probably come with a paper on this in more detail on how we see impact in the framework program in the next year. We have to start, so it's difficult to say, to tell you when we will be finished with this, but anyway, it's going to be there. Trust. The Commission, the Court of Auditors and the other legislatory bodies like the European Parliament, Council have the chance to make FP9 the simplest framework program ever. We've been saying this since 2011. Please start trusting beneficiaries more. Look into the robust accounting systems and controls that many of the beneficiaries of Horizon 2020 now already have in place, like the LERU member universities, but not only. A lot of these systems are robust and are being controlled by other bodies, like national governments, for instance, or external auditors. It would be, we believe, ideal if the Commission would look into these systems and check those, somehow give a certificate to those that are evaluated as robust enough, and then trust the cost reporting, for instance, that comes out of these systems, etc., without going through the whole process again, without implying or changing rules or asking these beneficiaries to report differently than what they're used to according to their own system. Simplification. LERU has been a champion of simplification for a very long time, and we will continue to do that in the future. For FP9, we believe continuity is also simplification. It's better not to change the rules completely for each framework program, because for beneficiaries, it's a learning process. Every time rules change, it takes some time, not only for beneficiaries to get acquainted with the rules, but also sometimes to make these rules fit the purpose. And we've seen in Horizon 2020 that some rules took 2 to 3 years for being adjusted to what is actually workable for beneficiaries. This is also why we ask to involve experts from beneficiaries, experienced beneficiaries, in the process of changing rules. Not only we know that there are financial and legal NCPs involved, but please also involve people from beneficiaries, financial experts. They can tell you if a new rule would work or not. So this is very important for us. This is not and the second, the next one is not a new one, grants focused. I think I don't need to dedicate too much words to this. It's quite obvious that we believe loans can be a useful tool, but only for projects that are very close to market. A lot of beneficiaries, including our universities, are not able to work with grants, but it's also just not fit for purpose for more basic research, and even not for research that is in an intermediate stage of development. And this is linked to the whole impact discussion, we would like the FP9 to still be input-based and not output-based, because it's very difficult, as it's difficult to predict the impact of research before you start a project, it's also very difficult to predict the output. The European Research Council is one of these programs we believe should have a very important role in FP9, and which we support very much. We would like the ERC Scientific Council to be able to continue the good work they've been doing. We very much like the funding streams they have at the moment, the starting, the consolidator, advanced grants, the proof of concept scheme. We will see how the synergy grant goes. We think there is not enough, we don't know very well at the moment, only based on the pilots that, that were held a couple of years ago, how to evaluate this. So we haven't done that. We're very anxious, curious to see how it will go now in this funding round. We would like the ERC budget to be increased substantially. This is quite obvious. There's a low success rate, and we also believe that there should be enough budget for the Scientific Council to have the opportunity to start a new funding stream if they think that's useful. So there should be enough autonomy and enough budget for the Scientific Council to implement what they think is useful. One less positive point is the focus, is that we want the ERC to continue to focus on research and not on administration. Recently, we see an increased focus on micromanagement of projects, and that's not going in the right direction. So we would like to see that certainly be avoided in FP9. Next program, which LERU considers very important for FP9, are the Marie Skłodowska-Curie actions. We would like this program to have a more central role in FP9, and for this we think it's important that the actions become part of the portfolio of the next commissioner, and therefore also be the responsibility of DG Research and Innovation. We also believe the budget should be increased substantially, because also there the success rates are extremely low, especially in the initial training networks, and this needs to change. The focus of Marie Curie, we would like to see that on what we believe are the core actions of Marie Skłodowska-Curie, namely the individual fellowships and the initial training networks. The other initiatives are interesting, but the majority, the focus should really be on these two. There is a tendency now to maybe create two levels of excellence. I will shortly explain you what I mean with this. There is a discussion ongoing, an idea ongoing of creating a separate pot for fellowships from widening countries, and also, I believe, from industry. We don't want this. We want more budget for fellowships, and we believe there is an option for developing synergies with Marie Skłodowska-Curie actions and the structural funds. I will come back to that later. But we don't want different levels of excellence. We believe that everybody should be able to compete with one another. So let's hope that it's not going in that direction, and we would certainly like to see that avoided in FP9. For evaluation, an important point to make here is that when there are virtual review processes, and this is being implemented in Marie Skłodowska-Curie actions, is that we at least want a virtual face-to-face meeting. It's very difficult for experts that don't have English as a mother tongue to understand each other perfectly when they're not seeing each other. So only written comments is not enough. They need to see each other. We still prefer face-to-face meetings, but if that's not feasible, then at least use video conferencing to facilitate a virtual face-to-face meeting. And I will now be handing over to Sten for this part of the presentation.
Thank you, Laura. There's big added value for the pan-European competition in ERC. There is huge added value of the Marie Skłodowska-Curie program in terms of training and mobility of young scientists. And the third main program with a huge added value, there is no alternative, in fact, is the collaborative pillars, collaborative research, which is very important. However, there has been talk lately about continuing what is happening in Horizon, keep on doing the pillar structure of Horizon 2020. Maybe we should question that as well. Perhaps, there are indications that some of the pillars or some of the programs within the pillars are inducing silo formation instead of nurturing ecosystems. And ecosystems are essential for the future of Europe. So we would like to see one program, one collaborative research program or research innovation program, which avoids silo formation, which nurtures ecosystems, collaboration across sectors. The triple I is essential in that respect. Intersectoral, interdisciplinary, which includes SSH, and international. At the international level, you will see in the paper that we also comment on third countries. Europe should collaborate with third countries wherever needed, strategically important. Reciprocity in terms of funding is an element that should be taken into that discussions as well. This triple I approach is crucial for the next collaborative research framework program. This collaborative research innovation should support the entire process of knowledge creation and innovation, and it should stimulate research results uptake. Should not focus on innovation, which is often the case in Horizon 2020, or too often. Even unconsciously, researchers who are collaborating with counterparts in companies tend to start thinking about innovation first and only then on the research, which is not always good. If the entire program shifts too much to innovation, we create a new gap at the early phases, the early levels of research in collaboration. There's a lot of frontier research that needs to be conducted before you can enter into innovation. Some more technical stuff regarding collaborative research is it should have a robust evaluation system, obviously. And things we noticed that could be improved is the quality control and the monitoring of the evaluators. Anybody can become an evaluator now. It's in several cases the quality of there is no quality check on these evaluators. Only after evaluation this is checked. Proper briefing is also not always the case. We get reports from people from our universities who have been evaluated who are not properly briefed, others who are. So there should be some contingency on that. In our paper, you will also see that we plea for standing panels. Real experts, wherever they may come from entrepreneurs and academics and research institution people who are really knowledgeable and who are recognized for that. ERC is using this structure as a combination, using a combination of standing panels of experts together with remote referees. This may be the future for the next framework program as well. It's an honor to be in these panels. The people are doing a really good job over there. And this model should be copied, in our view, to the rest of the framework program as well. As there has been a lot of complaints in the past year, especially in the start of the Horizon 2020 regarding the evaluation summary reports, researchers to improve themselves need detailed feedback, right? It's improving, apparently in the last calls, but still we are not there yet. So detailed feedback for applicants is a right. People have a lot of effort, did a lot of effort, so they need feedback. We also think that the next collaborative research programs should focus on very high-level, broad topics, which within this topic should allow for a lot of creativity and a bottom-up process. And the way these topics should be defined should be a participatory approach. Currently, FED Proactive, and in FP7 as well, FED Proactive is using this type of approach, asking the scientific community about what should be done. And then, based on a discussion and workshop process, the big topics which are needed to cover the challenges of Europe are being defined, and within these broad topics, goals are issued, right? We may think of this kind of process in the future as well, instead of the entire lobbying for teams, which is, well, can be avoided. People put a lot of effort in lobbying, it's in vain. They should put an effort in making really good quality, high quality proposals, applications. So an open process of topic definition is what we want. How could this program look like? We have already discussed this during our interim evaluation position at the end of 2016. We think about very big themes with recurrent calls. Themes are not getting to a result in a couple of years. There are broad challenges for Europe that need to be tackled in consecutive years. Predictive goals, so that scientists and entrepreneurs know when to apply, would be nice. Broad topics, as I explained right now, could be very valuable. These type of goals could allow harvesting results at different steps and also embark on different steps. We cover the entire innovation pipeline, so to say, from very early knowledge creation up to market creation in one broad area. And people can embark in an early stage or at the same time at a later stage. I'll show you with a naive picture in a minute. We think about long-term broad topics, as I said. For example, fighting chronic disease. It will not be solved overnight, right? Efficient electricity storage, this kind of thing. Migration is an issue that will stay. So the picture we've chosen is this rocket. You can also picture a tree or a flower or whatever. It's about the different steps and funding the different steps together in one collaborative research program. You have one main challenge, a topic, where people could embark in, for example, understanding a disease, right? This would be a research action, which we propose to be a new instrument. Step 2 would be targets to beat disease. You see there is a flow in there, the pipeline. This would be a hybrid research and innovation actions. Third step, which is closer to the higher TRLs, beating the disease, is actually innovation actions, okay? But how could it work? You issue a call on a recurrent years, and you fund projects at different phases at the same time. They could target different disease targets in this way. But you can embark on different levels at the same time. And very importantly, what would also be new is a clustering. Different projects at the same time can be started up in the different levels, but they should collaborate. They should be clustered by the European Commission in order for them to get new ideas and get things through the innovation pipeline, okay? Right. That's it for collaboration. I'll now come to the entire process of externalization and leveraging funding. The European Commission is quite successful in that. They leverage funding from member states in ERANETs, in joint programming initiatives. They leverage funding from industry in joint technology initiatives, in EIT, in joint, the PPPs, right? This is investing via externalization. Again, a picture to illustrate. So this is what is happening now. We have this Horizon 2020 budget. Things are taken out, matched with, for example, member states funding or industry funding, and a program is being created, a new program, a new initiative. Disadvantage of all this process is obviously separate administration is needed. Separate evaluation procedures who are not always harmonized. Separate procedures. A lot of initiatives, and it's very difficult from a scientific perspective to continue. And this is, well, a major bite from the Horizon 2020 project from Plan Juncker, the European Fund for Strategic Investments. This is not something we want to see again, obviously. Now, how could it work? This is a concept. It's very naive, but if we don't try to get there, nothing will change. We have to try. And this is what we propose instead of externalization, internalization, a process of co-investment. One program, one set of rules, one evaluation system, where the member states may step in, perhaps through seal of excellence procedures, where industry steps in advance, co-funding projects, but all within that very same system. And steps have been taken to that, right? You've seen the procedures, the participant portal enables all these things, but what we don't see yet is one program. There have been talks about joining all joint program initiatives under one umbrella that direct the different initiatives in the procedurally. This is one step this is one good step in the right direction in our view. Maybe this would be FP10 and the system that was mentioned by the joint program initiatives, or this umbrella would be FP9. Okay. Yep.
Okay, thank you. So last but not least, I really would like to tell you something about LERU's ideas on widening participation. We really believe that addressing widening participation is very important. We also think that the framework program is not the program where all of the funding should come from. The framework program, as I mentioned earlier, should fund on the basis of the quality of the work proposed, but it's important to ensure that the quality of projects proposed by participants from widening countries can be increased, and that structural funding can be used to support some initiatives which could help to improve this. We know that internal reforms are very often holding back universities and other possible beneficiaries of the framework program in these member states. Of course, the member states themselves need to implement these reforms, but it would be great if the Commission could incentivize this, maybe through structural funding, although that's politically going to be difficult, but still it could be good if this could at least be sought. Old boys networks. Is this existing or non-existing? We believe, well, it's probably true that it's not easy, that a lot of the researchers, beneficiaries from widening countries have difficulties to enter consortia, but we do not believe this is the consequence of unwillingness or of a lack of interest. We believe this is the consequence of not knowing each other. It's important that researchers and other possible beneficiaries from these countries, that they are able to get to know their colleagues better, to showcase what good work they do within their institutions. And one of the things we would like to see for that is that structural funding can be used, for instance, to support the participation of these countries in cost actions, but also to set up high-level scientific conferences in these countries, to have researchers from other countries participating, and possibly also some kind of travel grants for certainly young researchers, but also more established researchers, to participate in conferences abroad. But it's also important to build partnerships. And LERU is doing it together with people from what we call our C7 partnership. And one of the rectors will be joining us in the panel later, Tomasz Zima from Prague University. But we also have a colleague here from Beatrice Lorand University who is very active in this partnership. And we've also talked with people from these universities about our views on FP9. And they have been feeding us as well some ideas. So this partnership is, for instance, an example. Although it's not aiming at developing collaboration together, it is an important one at policy level. So how do we see this widening participation? Well, we believe that the focus should be on developing synergies. But we know that these synergies are currently hampered by, for instance, state aid rules. So for the future, we believe that when structural funding is being renegotiated and developed, that a certain part of the structural funding should be set aside, should be earmarked for synergies with FP9. We have some recommendations, concrete recommendations for these synergies, but I'm very confident that the Commission can think of other ones as well. One idea we have is that, for instance, why not develop a return phase for intra-European Marie Curie fellowships? So that the funding could be taken from structural funds or from this earmarked bit for the synergies, to have these researchers to go back to their country and this could be one of the ideas, certainly to fight brain drain, to have them to go back to their country and then maybe also stay there. Well, the second point on this slide is actually referring to what I mentioned earlier regarding participation in conferences, cost actions, etc. And then very shortly, well, this is one of the ideas that came from our discussions with the CE7 C7 partner universities, is that we would like the Commission to develop a floor, a minimum level of cost reimbursement for personnel costs, to actually ensure a decent remuneration from researchers from these countries. So, I'm not going to mention all of this, and that doesn't mean that we don't think it's important. It's just that we don't have time to go into detail on everything. As Bert has mentioned before, defense research is obviously a concern and an opportunity, probably an opportunity especially for business to participate, for companies. And so that's another argument for the framework program not to focus, to shift too much to the business side again. Also invest in frontier research, please. We don't want defense research to be part of FP9, which is quite obvious. We think the beneficiaries, but also a lot of the rules, etc., that come with defense research are just not applicable to the framework program. And here I'm going to close because I think our time is up. But I look forward to taking questions afterwards during the Q&A. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Laura and Stijn, for this overview of the headlines of this detailed paper. And obviously, during the Q&A that we have later this morning, we can come back to several issues. I'm very happy now to give the floor for a first reaction to Kurt van den Berge, Director within DG RTD, responsible for policy development and cooperation. And of course, Kurt is going to be Mr. FP9 the following years. So I'm very curious to hear what he has to say about the many ideas that we have put in this paper. Kurt, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Kurt. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having me here this morning on this important occasion of the launch of LERU's position paper on FP9. I confirm LERU is good at writing position papers, so it's not a false modesty. I was also happy to learn that it required some compromise between the 23 universities. Welcome to Europe, I should say. And some may even suspect that you have an ambition of writing the FP9 proposal. Maybe we can simply externalize the writing of the proposal to LERU. You don't need to comment, Kurt. Jokes aside, and it is a joke, of course, I'm also very happy with the momentum you helped creating through this position paper for FP9. Your position paper is very elaborated. It has many good ideas, which I can assure you we will take seriously with the position papers we're getting from an increasing number of other stakeholders as well. It comes high on the heels of the European Parliament's report very recently, which also asked for a minimum budget of 120 billion euros. And among the member states, the Iraq is also finalizing a position paper. So all this is creating a momentum which will help us in the discussions that will soon start on the next multi-annual financial framework, which is, of course, the big rendezvous for all of us. It is made easy by the fact, I think, and it's fair to say, that Horizon 2020 is a success. Horizon 2020 is a success also thanks in great part to you. A framework program doesn't mean anything if we don't have researchers, innovators, and universities and companies participating in it. And it's you who make it a success. So your success is also our success. And I really would like to thank you for that. The framework program is unique, as Laura was saying. Its transnational dimension, the fact that more than 35 countries are putting money together, and entrust an independent body, the Commission, to execute this on the basis of excellence only is unique in the world. It's border crushing. It crushes all kinds of borders between disciplines, between sectors, between countries. And that in itself is already a source of innovation. It's a source of co-creation when all these partners work together. That became very clear to me when I was talking a month ago in New York at the UN Multi-Stakeholder Forum on Science, Technology and Innovation for SDGs, where I was quite proud in being able to present to the world what we're doing through the framework program. And many countries in the world were looking at this and saying, wow, this is really a source of inspiration. So it's a unique branding possibility we also have for Europe. It's so much of a success that countries associated to it want to remain associated. You will remember that not so long ago in Switzerland there was a possibility, a risk of not continuing the participation in the framework program, and I think the framework program has played a role there in reversing that story and making sure that Switzerland remains part of the framework program. And very recently we've seen that a member state that will be withdrawing has clearly stated the ambition and desire of being part of the framework program. In the days after the UK referendum, Boris Johnson went on television to say, well, we're getting out of Europe, that's it, decision taken. But of course there are some programs in which we would like to continue participating, like Erasmus and that Horizon thing, he said. But it's very good to hear and to see that countries which do not necessarily see the value at political level of Europe and the European Union, they clearly see the value of the European framework programs and the European research area. I don't know if you've seen this, but yesterday in the Financial Times there was results of a survey among business, and the Institute of Directors and Employers Federation in the UK said that one of the things it wanted is continued access to the European research area. That's also because the framework program has indisputed European added value because of this transnational dimension. 83% of projects that we have funded would not have gone ahead without framework program funding. So that means that the additionality is there. And it's fair to say, and I think it's important that we all continue saying this, the framework program is not a subsidy program. It is not a program of entitlements. Any euro that is given is earned through competition. By universities, by companies, and by all other stakeholders, which is quite unique overall if you look at the European budget. I think we've made also great strides in simplification. If I had been here 10 years ago, I think the talk would have been completely different. The main complaint 10 years ago was cut the red tape. It was so bad that my former commissioner, Janez Potočnik, once said that despite all the efforts he undertook to simplify, he had come to the conclusion that simplification is simply fiction. We have dispelled that fiction, I think, and we've heard from stakeholders, more than 2/3 of stakeholders now say that the framework program is simpler, or at least as simple as most of the other programs, even national programs in Europe and in the world. And we have some crowns, some jewels in the crowns. The European Research Council was mentioned, the Marie Skłodowska-Curie actions. These are really very fine jewels we have in the crown. But at this point in time, I think it's important that we don't get in a trap of complacency. We need to keep working at it. We need to keep perfecting, keep improving. We often hear now from many stakeholders, it works, don't rock the boat. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And of course that's true, and I can assure you as bureaucrats, if there is one thing we don't like, it's change. But we need to change. We need to keep up with evolutions and dynamics in the world we see around us. And there I think your position paper has some very good ideas. I will not comment on the statement that most of the research action should be centralized in DG Research. I think that's not for me to comment, but I take note of that, of course. But your ideas on collective framing of bottom-up topics, for example, is an idea we should really look into. Your ideas around evaluation with standing panels is certainly one that we should explore. Your continued insistence on simplification through trust-based methodology is something we have to look at again. I don't want to make promises because it's of course very complicated, but there's certainly a push also from the European Parliament for us to take more into account national accounting practices and audits. There is a moment in your paper though when you say that majority of grants are awarded to a relatively small number of organizations. That is something I would like to dispute. It is true that we have some frequent clients, including LERU members, but the big majority of our participants only participate once or twice in the framework program. So I think it's important to dispel the notion that the framework program is there for a select club of participants. One other thing I also would like to correct a little bit is that the pilots we have running now in the light of output-based funding is not actually on output-based funding. It's on lump sum approaches, where we would not fund in function of the output, but we would fund in function of activities fulfilled, yes or no. So it's a bit of a different approach. But we take the message to heart, of course, that you prefer to continue with input-based ways of functioning and funding. Overall, though, I would like to ask the question whether, even with the very good ideas proposed by LERU, if this is not too much of an incremental innovation in the framework program. Should we not also look at a bit more disruptive possibilities for change? Is it sufficient that we optimize what we have? Is that enough? Or should we really try to be a bit more radical as well? And that, of course, as I said in previous occasions, is the big question for us. What is the balance we need to strike between continuity that all the stakeholders want, including in the European Commission, but also the need for change? Where do we continue and where do we change? That is for us the biggest question at this moment. And I see quite a few reasons for why we should change maybe a bit more than stakeholders allude to. First, because the world is changing, and it's changing very fast and very deeply. Science is changing very dramatically. Open science, much more collaborative thanks to digital tools, much more data-driven, with a lot more open access to data, open access to publications. Recently I read that there will be soon a Spotify for publications. That will change the world of research, I'm sure, and quite deeply. Industry is changing because of automation, robotics, artificial intelligence. Mass production is making place for mass customization, very close to the customer, very customer responsive in real time. That changes a lot of the dynamics in industry. Markets are changing. We see new players in the markets growing very, very quickly, exponentially, with business models that operate at almost zero marginal costs, but that have the potential of disrupting established markets. And society is changing. The borders between different sectors of our society, transport, energy, health, all that is being blurred. We're going towards the fifth industrial revolution, where we see emerging of physical, digital, and biological systems. We even now talk in terms of security of predictive policing, for example, where the burglars will be caught before they even commit the act of burgling. That's the kind of society we're going to. A very complex society. If we look at the nature of innovation and the dynamics, it is getting very complex because of convergence of different technologies. It is becoming very quick. The speed of change is very rapid. It leads to a concentration of benefits in the hands of a few very often. And the consumer, the customer, is really taking a very central role in this. And these kind of changes pose some very serious questions for policymakers, including for research and innovation policy and funding. It means for us that probably we need to be much better at exploiting economies of scale, scope, and speed that the European Union level presents and offers. And we probably need to prioritize more than in the past on where we have true European Union added value. And that goes together with possibly paying more attention to scale up. Scaling up good ideas, new businesses that have this potential of creating European or even international markets. And it's in that light that we see the European Innovation Council, and I'll come back to this in a second. We resolutely, and that ties in very much with what LERU is saying, we resolutely need to target the intersection of disciplines, technologies, and sectors. That's probably where most of the innovation will come from and most of the solutions to the challenges and expectations that our society has. We need to promote much more open innovation, user-driven, with co-design of research agendas, as a little bit was alluded to in the LERU paper, but also co-creating the solutions with the stakeholders, the end users involved in developing the solutions, the products, the services, and testing them in real life. We need to be very much open to the world, to tap into the talent that exists elsewhere, tap into the ideas and the knowledge that exists all over the world. I think some developments globally play in our favor, and we have an opportunity, I think, to really position Europe as a continent that is ready to tap and use all these ideas and welcome scientists, as a very famous recent president of a European member state has recently said. But we also need to make sure that we're able to create new markets at global level, that we really set the course for the economy over the many years to come. We need to be much better at harnessing the potential benefits for society with impact investment, where we set broad directions and then find the right balance between top-down and bottom-up. And again, there I see a lot of inspiration in the paper from LERU. We need to adopt a much more systemic approach, where we don't only look at technology innovation, but couple that with business model innovation, finance innovation, skills innovation becomes very important. Skills not only of the research workforce, but also the workforce in general in our society and economy, and link that with social innovation. If we really want the solutions of the future and have this transformative approach, we need much more social innovation. And that goes together with providing much more room than we currently do for experimentation, where cities, for example, as living urban labs, could really provide for an interesting platform where to develop and test new solutions and then scale them up if they make sense. A second reason for change, maybe more change than we would contemplate at first sight, is that our interim evaluation has shown that we're very relevant indeed for stakeholders like you, but we have a hard time demonstrating the relevance and impact of what we do for economy and society. It is not that there is no impact. I trust and I'm confident that there is impact. But demonstrating this, demonstrating the impact of the funding and investment we make and the value it creates for economy and society is very difficult for us to do. And I don't think that is a sustainable way of working in the future, that we simply say we put all this money into it and then we'll see later what comes out of it. So we need to be much better in the future at saying what kind of impact we expect from this, and then gear our funding or investment in order to make sure that we move in that direction, allowing for failure, of course, but clearly making some promises to society, to the taxpayers, and then try and deliver on these promises. And a third reason why we may want to look at a bit more change than we would be comfortable with is that we need a new story for FP9. Every recent framework program has seen a big increase in funding because there was something new in it that excited the public and the politicians. For FP7, it was the European Research Council, which has mobilized a lot of scientists to really fight for more European funding for research and innovation. FP8, Horizon 2020, I think was new in the sense that it brought societal challenges. It coupled research and innovation. That created again a new momentum, which meant that politicians were ready to say, yes, we will invest in this. What will be the story of FP9? And there I believe the story cannot be, we have what we have, let's keep what we have, and we simply continue and we need more money. I'm not sure that will have a lot of traction. We probably need to do much better in linking the FP9 discussions, as Professor van der Zwan was saying, to the debate on the future of Europe, to the Rome Declaration, so that we can say, yes, we need more money for research and innovation, but that is why. So that we discuss not only the how of the framework program, but also the why. Because the question we face from the European Commission when we go to the budget committee, for example, in the European Parliament, is, well, tell us why should member states invest their national money in European research and innovation programs rather than do it at national level? And it's not just a question of having more efficiency. It's also the question of what kind of Europe do we want to create with this, and where can research and innovation lead us in the future. So we need to really take into account the big picture. Not only the how, at which we're very good, but also the why. The framework program should not be seen as a kind of pot of money where we try to maximize return for everyone, but really as an investment in a better future. And there I think you hint in your paper at the Sustainable Development Goals, which could be a way of doing this. We're also looking at this as part of our Bohemia exercise, Beyond the Horizon, or Foresight exercise for FP9, which is trying to see, and we count also on your support and participation, how the SDGs could become a reference framework, a global reference framework for European research and innovation policy and programs, so that we can make that link, not just rhetorically, but really in practice as well. In other words, what I'm trying to say is that FP9 will be successful if it is a program driven by purpose, rather than driven by clients, instruments, or commission organograms. If we succeed in doing that, then I think we have a story where it's worth asking for a lot more money than we have today. I don't think we need to see the FP9 in function of who are the clients and who gets most, be it universities, be it industry, SMEs, etc. I don't think we need to see the framework program in terms of the instruments. I often see, and I say this with a great respect, but I often see that every instrument we have in Horizon 2020 has its groupies, as I call it. Everyone agrees that the complexity of the funding landscape is too big, so we need to rationalize. But as soon as we dare touching or putting into question one instrument, we have a whole constituency rising up and saying, no, 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 this is essential, please don't do away with this. And I must also say that there, in your paper, there are some interesting ideas on how we can rationalize the funding landscape. I would like to argue, also vis-à-vis LERU, to look at it a bit less research-centric. The message that could come out of your paper, if I am allowed this open way of talking, is to say, well, the researchers are the ultimate drivers of innovation. give us the money, trust us, and then leave us alone. It's maybe what you want to say, but I don't think that is the whole story. And what I would like to do, if I have 5 more minutes, is to maybe critically review a few statements in the LERU paper. Not many, just a few. For the sake of debate, but also because I find myself in a short period of grace now, before we have the proposal on the table, where I can criticize you. Because the time will come when you will criticize the Commission's proposal. So let me just raise 2 or 3 issues. And the foremost issue I want to raise is innovation. You say in your paper, researchers are the ultimate drivers of innovation. Give us the money, leave us alone, trust us, we'll innovate. We'll make it happen. The solution is with us. Is that really so? You say in your paper, innovation is more about policy than about funding. Is that really so? I would like to question that a little bit. Why? Because, as I said before, if we're bad at innovation in Europe, and all the indicators show that we're not doing well enough, much less than in research. We're good in research, but much less in innovation. It's not because we don't have the knowledge. It's not because we don't have the ideas. We even have an increasing number of startups. It's not the startups that are lacking. It's the scale-up. It's the scale-up of these startups, of these new businesses, to a European international level. What happens very often is that you have new promising businesses in a member state, in a region. That business finds access to funding and support for further development at the national level. But if it wants to grow further beyond the national border, it really has a hard time finding the access to the funding and the support it needs. So either it stays small or it moves outside Europe. It's not secret that 1/3 of entrepreneurs in Silicon Valley are from European origin. This is a systemic failure we have in our system. And I grant you it has to do a lot with the framework conditions, the single market, patents, patent systems, regulation, etc., etc. All that plays a role. But we can't wait for all these framework conditions to be improved and settled. I think what we need to do much more at the European level is to take risk and to help these new startups to grow very quickly and create new markets. And I would like to argue that this is probably part of what we need to do through a European Research and Innovation Framework program. And that's indeed what our Commissioner would like to achieve with the European Innovation Council. Which, by the way, seen in such a way, would also provide the answer to your request for having follow-up funding to projects, because the EIC could act as a funnel through which promising ideas from collaborative research or from the ERC could find additional support. It could be seen as a kind of proof of concept applied to the whole framework program. This is a tribute to our colleagues from the ERC who have developed this proof of concept, which is indeed a very, very worthwhile and important way of boosting and fostering innovation. So what I'm trying to say is research and innovation are not the same. They have different dynamics, but they need to go together. And I think it would be a setback if we go back to a situation where we have a research program on the one hand and an innovation program on the other, and the research would be with grants and the innovation program would be with financial instruments. And I'm saying this because some who may have that ambition could read this in the LERU position paper. I think this would be a step back. It would be comfortable for researchers. That is true. But I'm not sure it would provide good value for money for Europe. The second issue I would like to raise, again in a dialectic spirit, is that of impact. Indeed, you're very right, and Laura said, we need a multifaceted approach and understanding of impact. way beyond GDP. There is much more impact than simply GDP creation and job creation. That means for us that we need to have, in addition to key performance indicators, how well we do in publications, how well we do in patent generation, etc., we probably also need a set of very sophisticated impact indicators for FP9, allowing for the right time scale, because the impact that we want is probably arising after the life of a project, and probably stems not from individual projects, but from clusters of projects. And that, I think we need to get right. And there I very much look forward to your forthcoming position paper on impact, because we need that kind of input from you and from many others. But it also means that we probably need to become much better, as I said before, at stating ex ante what kind of impact we want to achieve. Not throw money at lots of interesting things and then see what happens, but really trying to pinpoint, define, allude to what we would like to achieve. With the understanding, if we don't achieve it, it's not a problem. It should be allowed. But at least that's the direction in which we want to go. That's the promise we make to society, that we'll work together in ecosystems, bringing researchers, companies together, and all the other stakeholders to work towards achieving that impact. It also means that the researchers and the universities would need to become much more solution-oriented. Not see societal challenges in terms of better understanding them only, but also in terms of providing the solutions, working towards these solutions, not just in the laboratory, but all the way through to deploying them in the economy, in society. Another issue I would like to raise is responsible research and innovation. It's very good that you raise this in your position paper. I think that is really becoming part and parcel of our open science policy agenda in the future. That's where Europe can also brand itself as being responsible. But what I'm missing a little bit is, again, the projection, the perspective beyond the research activity and the researcher. Responsible research and innovation is also responsive research and innovation, responsive to expectations of society, being relevant to society. And that is probably an aspect that could have been developed a bit more. The whole co-design, co-creation. How do you work as researchers with society, involving the end users, the stakeholders, working very transdisciplinary. That is probably where we can make a difference in the future, also bringing the framework program and research and innovation policy closer to the citizen and showing the relevance of Europe and of European research and innovation for them, be it in cities or in other areas of demonstration or development of solutions. So researchers have to get out of their comfort zone in that respect as well. And that ties in with other discussions we've had before of altmetrics, for example, finding new kinds of metrics for evaluating researchers' careers, for rewarding them, and then also have this deployed and mainstreamed in universities. Last point, and then I'll close. European research area, not mentioned this morning, mentioned in your position paper, and very rightly so, because it's fundamental for our prosperity in the future and our competitiveness that we realize the European research area. But where it is not clear in my mind, and I think in many people's minds, is if we say the framework program should help to realize the research area, what exactly does that mean? Is the European research area a guiding principle for implementing the framework program, which may lead to a lot of sophisticated instruments, as we have seen in the last years, which may lead to an understanding that, in fact, the framework program has to be co-programmed with the member states? Is that what ERA means? are the framework programs then a complement to what member states are doing? And that's, I believe, legitimately so, the conception of many member states. Or do we see the European research area in a different light, as an area where we realize open science, open innovation, and the European research area is there to help deliver on the priorities we set through the framework program? That's a big open question, I think, which will become part of the discussion certainly in the Council when we will be negotiating FP9. I also am tempted to say something about defense, but I will refrain from this for the sake of time. We have some other challenges like widening, as was hinted at. Thank you very much for your ideas there. We will take them to heart. This will be something where we need to look at what we can do more and better. We often hear about these closed clubs, old boys network. We don't hear yet of old girls network. No one is talking about this. We don't have evidence of this, but when you talk with individual researchers, they often say, yes, indeed, there is that phenomenon where consortia are formed with people you know, and you don't do the extra effort of looking for someone else. If we don't come with solutions on a voluntary basis, I think there will be very strong pressure to include something that forces these networks, these clubs to open. So let's think also there what we can do much better. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to conclude here by thanking you again. I can assure you that together with my colleagues, we will carefully look at your paper. I'm sure there will also be follow-up meetings and discussions. I would like to thank you for the momentum you helped to create in drawing attention to research and innovation. Please help us in going beyond the research and innovation community. We need society on board. That is what we will try to do with the 3rd of July stakeholder conference, where Mr. Lamy will present the report of his group. I really count on LERU and all the other stakeholders to amplify the message, because what we need from now until next summer, when indeed, as Kurt was saying, the MFF proposal will be tabled and followed shortly then by the FP9 proposal, we need to survive that valley of death now in the next year, and keep the momentum and make sure that people talk about research and innovation. Yes, we want it. That's why we want it, and that's how we want it. The how and the why. If we don't keep up that momentum, I think there is a risk that we will not be heard in the very loud brouhaha that we will see coming at a time when the budget will reduce. And at a time when, if we want to stabilize or increase the budget, as is also your ambition, we need to shout loudly why and what for. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kurt, for these stimulating comments and reflections. And before we go into coffee, ladies and gentlemen, I will take the privilege of the chair to at least give a first reaction to the comments that Kurt made at the end of his intervention, and then we can take them into the coffee break and have already a discussion on that. I think that Kurt can still stay until 12:30, so so we still have opportunity then to put the number of questions to him. Let me first come back to this issue of innovation. I would say the most important responsibility for the Commission and the Member States is to create those framework conditions under which this innovation is possible. I don't think that it is a solution to escape or to try to escape from that responsibility as a policy maker. We need, if we want to compete with the rest of the world on innovation, not only on research, but also on innovation, we need those framework conditions. The environment within which innovation has to take place must be improved. And so it's a disappointment if the Commission and the Member States would say, well, we cannot wait until those issues are settled, let's move on with the job. No, the only job that the policymakers have is to make sure that the framework conditions and the environment is there, and to make sure that on top of the top research that we do, also the top innovation really can take place, not in the States, but here in Europe. Coming to your second point, Kurt, on impact, it's clear that we are demanding party also there. We have been working on impact very intensively over the past 2 years already. Of course, also on the GDP issues, on the job issues, but also on this issue of performance indicators. We hope that we will be able to deliver a significant input to your activities in the future, saying that the researchers and their universities should be solution-oriented. Well, I must say that for the 23 universities in our group, this is something absolutely obvious. I think it's a misunderstanding of a modern research-intensive university nowadays to think that the only thing that we do is to sit there in our labs or in our offices and only think about the big fundamental questions that this society is confronted with. Our universities are universities which are dealing with the whole pipeline, I would say, from the very beginning, from the fundamental research to the applied research, to the innovation, to the development of solutions for products, for companies, for global challenges that we have in our society. So I think that very often there still is a misunderstanding. I refer to the TRL discussion also, a misunderstanding of what modern research-intensive universities are doing. Responsible research and innovation, again there, universities having to come out of their comfort zone. Well, I think that if you look back to the paper that we have been doing on citizen science, if you look at the paper that we have been doing on interdisciplinarity, and of course we cannot repeat everything that we wrote in those papers here in this FP9 paper, but it's clear that certainly the 23 LERU universities are going way beyond their comfort zone and are doing already a very significant work on those things. And then finally, I'm not going to stop without saying something on ERA. You know that this is one of my pet topics. It's clear that ERA is the goal. And unlike what many people say, that ERA has already been realized, we all know that this is absolutely not the case. And so that means that the framework program, but also the 3 O's, open science, open innovation, are tools to realize the European research area. The framework program, open innovation, open science, unlike what some may say who are responsible from a policy point of view, they are not goals on their own. They are not goals as such, but they are instruments to make sure that we finally, and hopefully by 2020, finally can realize this European research area. And also there, we are looking at the union's institutions to take their responsibility on an issue which is absolutely and explicitly formulated in the treaty. The treaty doesn't speak about the 3 O's. The treaty speaks about the realization of the European research area by the union's institutions and the member states. So let's make sure that we develop all those tools, the framework program, the 3O approach, all from the perspective that at the end of the day, this long-awaited free circulation of knowledge and researchers in Europe finally is going to take place. So with these thoughts, and I will refrain from talking about defense, I will do that in my concluding remarks this morning. With those remarks, I think that we can go into coffee. Thank you very much.
kijken naar welk nummer staat er nu mijn telefoon. En ja, sorry, nu kom ik bij jou uit. Sorry, ik kwam je niet storen. Oké.
já jsem byl v Atenách, tak jsem to posílal úřadu a včera jsme měli dovolené, kolega tam expert dopoledne to odklepli a odpadá včera. Já jsem dneska říkal, ano, souhlasíme, odklepli, že jsme a my jsme to posílali nějak přes Dobré sektor. Já jsem to dal paní doktorka poslala všem. Tam bude spíš, aby ty univerzity se dávaly
over inspanning. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I propose that we start again. And before embarking on the panel, I would say we will devote to the panel time to something like 10 to 12, so that people who have specific questions then for Kurt van den Berge still can take advantage of his presence here. And after that, once Kurt has to leave, we can of course open to the rest of the panel and the rest of the public. Okay? So for this morning, we, as always, when we launch a new paper, we also foresee a number of panelists which give a evaluation of the paper from their own perspective or from a perspective that we have asked them to look at. And for this morning, I'm very glad that we have an outstanding panel with, first of all, Anneleen van Bossuit, member of the European Parliament. Anneleen has been one of the shadow rapporteurs for the interim evaluation of Horizon 2020, but perhaps more importantly, if everything goes well, tomorrow she will be appointed as chair of the Internal Market Committee of the European Parliament, which is a fantastic thing. Congratulations again for that, Anneleen. Our second panel member is Professor Thomas Zima, the rector of Charles University. And if I'm correct, Thomas, we don't say Prague anymore, linked to Charles University. It's Charles University in Prague. And our third panel member this morning is Gerhard Heumer, Director Economic Policy within the, an organization which even has a longer name than LERU, within the European Association of Craft, Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises. We have deliberately invited the three of them because we want to have a kind of perspective from Anneleen on the collaborative part of the framework program, a reaction by Thomas on the widening elements for the framework program, and a reaction from Gerhard on the innovation, SME, industry-related aspects of the framework program. Each of them will have 15 minutes or something like that. I will be quite strict on that so that we can wrap up the panel in time and open up for questions with all of you. So Anneleen, if you would like to start.
Okay. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank LERU for this invitation. Indeed, if everything goes well, tomorrow I will be the chair of the Internal Market and Consumer Protection Committee. But it doesn't mean that I will be working less in the ITRE committee where I was handling always the research topic. It's clear that I will have to lower my activities in that committee, but I've mentioned already that research was always at my heart, will always be at my heart, because I have been for myself an assistant at university for 6 years, so I will still be following up on an active way the proposals that will come from the Commission on Horizon 2020. And then maybe one other very practical point is that I've seen that at 12 we will have the Q&A. I will have to go back to the Parliament at 12:15, so if people would have concrete questions for me, perfect. I would propose to do it in the first quarter. Okay. So last week in Strasbourg we voted on the midterm evaluation of Horizon 2020. So in fact, it's the recommendations that we want to give to the European Commission for the next term, the second term of Horizon 2020, but also already with an outlook to FP9. And I have been, there's a strange thing going on with these microphones. So that's the one who's working. I will elaborate a little bit on what we have decided in that report as recommendations from within the European Parliament towards the European Commission. And in fact, I have to say that a lot of the recommendations that I have seen in the LERU paper, so there were 10 recommendations, A lot of them are already reflected in the midterm evaluation and in the report as we adopted it last week in Strasbourg. First, let me begin with the budget. I think every measure or everything that you want to do needs an amount of budget. I've seen that LERU wants to or proposes a budget of 120 billion euros. For people that aren't aware, for the moment it's 80 billion euros. It's also reflected in the recommendations that were voted and adopted last week in Parliament. But I have to admit that I wasn't in favor of putting forward a clear budget or a clear number in our report. Why? I think, first of all, it's clear that we should have a higher budget for the research. But I think we should take into account also the fact that we will have the Brexit. We don't know yet the implications of the Brexit. If I would be a negotiator, I would prefer for the United Kingdom to remain a partner in Horizon 2020. You don't have to be a member state of the European Union to participate in Horizon 2020, and Switzerland is a very good example of that. I have been sitting together already with the universities of the UK, and also they are very much in favor of keeping this official relations. So I think being an official partner of Horizon 2020 would be the best solution. But when it concerns the budget, we don't know what the implications will be. So I think it's a little bit dangerous to put forward a concrete number. So that's why I would say we should go for a higher budget and then see where we end up with the Brexit negotiations in our mind. Then secondly, when it concerns the European Research Council, also the Marie Curie actions and also the collaborative research, LERU proposes for them to be the cornerstone of FP9, and I largely agree with this key message. I also understand from universities that they want the program more to be focused on research and less on innovation. But I think that it's very important that we maybe focus on the valorization of the research results. So I wouldn't say focus more on research and less on innovation. I think we should go for the valorization of the research results. I know that there's a lot of knowledge in the drawers of universities and research centers that just doesn't come out, whereas I think there's a big added value of the research already done for industry and for the citizens in general, because I think the main reason why we do research is for our society to move forward. So I think that should be the mindset, that we don't do research for the research, but in the end, to go for an added value for society. So that's why I think one of the recommendations being to make the ERC even bigger. I can understand it. Let's put it in another way. I think fundamental research is the kind of research where you won't find any private money. So I think it's very important for fundamental research that we have a rate of 100% to be funded. On the other hand, I think when it concerns research done by private partners that isn't fundamental research, seeing that we have such a small budget, we could think of lowering the budget given to the private partners. Because now, for example, you often have rates of like 75%. If we would lower them, for example, to 50%, then we have more money left to fund more projects. And I think the main reason for proposing this is because when speaking to private companies or private actors, the main reason for them to participate in Horizon 2020 is not so much to have this European money, but more to have the connections and to work in this consortium. So I don't think that having less money in total for them would mean that they wouldn't participate anymore in Horizon 2020. So I often say that the European Union should be more like some kind of a facilitator for their research, and not so much as, I don't know how to say it, but to fund them, to be a funder of them, so more a facilitator. Thirdly, when it concerns the criteria on the basis of which projects should be selected, I think it's very important indeed that excellence should always be the criteria or the criterion on the basis of which a project is selected. It was one of the main discussions within European Parliament, the criteria which should be taken into account. I think everybody knows that within the EU 13 there's a lot of discussion going on because they think that they don't have enough funding out of Horizon 2020, that it goes most of the time to the EU 15. But I think it's a discussion that's not on the idea of Horizon 2020. Horizon 2020 is about innovation, is about research, and it's not on the basis it can't be on the basis of the geographical criteria. I think we have the structural funds within the European Union that should bring the regions closer together, and I don't think that we should spend the research money for that. I know there are a lot of problems within the EU 13 with the brain drain they have, because they have some, most of the time, they have some state-of-the-art labos, can you say that in English? But because they were funded by the structural funds, but the researchers are all going to the west of Europe because they earn more money in the west than in Central and Eastern Europe. So that's why we proposed in the report that we adopted last week in European Parliament that maybe it can be a solution to use the money of the structural funds to top up the salaries of the researchers in Central and Eastern Europe, so that they won't have this brain drain anymore towards Western Europe, so to close that gap. Then another point is was on the trust. LERU is asking for increased trust, and I can only join that. In the framework of the work that I have been doing on the midterm review, I have been consulting some Flemish companies to see which recommendations we could do towards the European Commission. And one of the things that was very clear was that there's often a very high administrative burden when it concerns the auditing of the projects. Often the companies, they have clear, or even at national level, you have clear national auditing rules. And sometimes if they don't completely are the same as the European auditing rules, sometimes the companies have to do the auditing completely from scratch. Whereas I don't think that you can say that, for example, the Belgian or the Flemish auditing rules are completely insane. So I think if we have this trust of the auditing done by national authorities, then we already save a lot of, or lower the administrative burdens that often go along with the auditing done, or the additional auditing done. And I have to say that we have this informal working group within the European Parliament on Horizon 2020, where some people from the Court of Auditors came, and they are saying that also within the Court of Auditors, they often go more and more towards this trust auditing than doing it straight on the basis of you know what I mean if I say not according to these strict rules, but more on the basis of the trust. It should be done in a correct way, I think, because we are using and spending taxpayers' money, but I don't think that we need to have all these burdens. Then maybe a last one, because I will wrap up, because otherwise I will take too much time, is when it comes to bringing together the collaborative research and innovation. I think it's linked to the former recommendation that I did on the valorization. I think it's very important to have a clear and a healthy mix between bottom-up and top-down. What we have seen, for example, the fast track to innovation initiative that was taken, it's very, very successful. So for people who don't know what the fast track to innovation is, it's like if you don't have a specific call for something from within the Commission, but private actors think that they have a really good idea or a very good project, they can propose it to the European Commission, and then money can be given to this. So it wasn't something that was created because I think the idea was originally from within the European Parliament. So the Commission has put aside some money for that, and I think it's a very successful thing. So I think this these bottom-up initiatives should be encouraged. So I think I will stop here. I had already some other things, but maybe that's for later then.
Okay, thank you very much, Anneleen. Let's move on to our second panel member, Professor Thomas Zima. You will remember earlier this morning, Laura already indicated that with LERU we have developed a cooperation with 7 universities in Central Europe, in 7 different countries. One of the driving forces behind that cooperation is Professor Zima, so we are very glad that he's here with us this morning. Thomas, the floor is yours.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, thanks to LERU to inviting me to comment the position paper of LERU on the very important 7 framework program. This document is very complex, deep, and suggests the inspirative diaspon for the in improving the FP9. First of all, I would like to stress several topics which is important for the further development of FP9. And then I would like to tackle the question of widening of the FP9 to the less performing country or EU 13 country, as mentioned here. For us, the first, that's the excellence of science must be retained as the main criterion. No quotas, no geographic distribution. It's, I think, the priority of maybe for the FP9 program. And there are the other instruments which should help to the less performing country how to be more effective in this program. And some instruments also mentioned in the LERU paper. And also I put some examples which should be done, and also how should widening the FP9 in the less performing country. We mentioned that the ERC and Marie Skłodowska-Curie actions, that is definitely the cornerstones of the next FP9. And I think that it's also these 2 programs and 2 actions when making the plans for the widening participation. I put some example from our university to improving the participation of scholars in ERC with providing some by-specific training of the leading scientists and also the young researchers to have the better success efficiency in the ERC. I am totally agree what's presented here at the morning, that the ERC executive agency should have enough autonomy from the European Commission and more focusing for science and the administrative issues. And I believe that all scheme of ERC should continue, and we look forward especially for the next course of the synergy grants of ERC. There are many talks about the impact as implementation part to be has considered. The Kurt Vandenberg mentioned that its impact it's very important and must be defined. I think that we should working all together, because impact it will be of the FP9. It have a importance for society, for the taxpayers, for the politicians. But for the project, we must clearly define what the impact means, because it's very soft criteria. I am the medical doctor, biochemist. We measured, we have the reactions, but the impact for the society, for the educational process, scientific process, and also in innovation, It's some impact should be measured during the program, during the project at the end, but there may be some line and connection for the future, because it's maybe impact after 5-10 years, and it should be precisely described in the proposals. And I think the main impact will be between the research, education, some synergies between FP and Erasmus+, which is, I think, the one best of the program of EU, where the 10 million people have the passing through the Erasmus programs, and also for the innovation. It must set some indicators and showing how its impact will be on society for this, maybe some basic research projects. I am asked you for simplification of EU funding scheme. It is some degree of simplification is reached in Horizon 2020, but it's still not sufficient. We suggest trust-based methodology, implementation of lump sums, and preservation of home accounting system. When I mentioned the auditing system, I said you approximately we have the audit of each project which coming from the different sources from EU on our universities 3 times. For the EU, from our and to our national institutions. And we have 3 results of the audits with the differences. One said it's okay, other said it's okay but something, other said it's something missing. It's crazy for the research team which wasting time to negotiate this story. It's maybe working on it to have a simplify one way, which is according to laws of EU and national laws, but it's maybe also the one impact of the simplification, not only for the proposals, but also for the auditing system and control system. We very support the idea of funding the collaborative research and innovation activities spread in the balanced way between the early stage, medium, advanced activities, ensuring the process is constantly fed by the new ideas of inside. In collaborative research, bottom-up topics should be reflected, but also we need the top-down topics regarding some emerging issues as the migration crisis, rise of populism, tackling new infection disease, and also the societal challenges. And I think that we also should focus on the role of the societal sciences and humanities in the FP9 project. I mentioned that the part of defense, it should be out of the FP9 as an independent budget, or find some connections between basic science which should be used for the defense. But I think that the defense should be not affecting the FP9 financing. Now I should put some ideas how to prevent the widening of participation from less performing countries or EU 13 countries. First, I like to mention what's also discussed at the morning, the old by teams or closed clubs, etc., etc. I think that the large consortia and support for one high budget project, it's one reason why the low EU 13 participation on the project. I think that supporting one large consortium with the budget allocated in the whole call is totally demotivating for many researchers, not only for EU 13 countries, but also which is a little bit out of these leading teams. I think that the possible solution, it should be lobbying for medium-sized consortia with a smaller budget, but it's maybe some providing the higher number of supported projects in one call, and it's maybe the one idea for the widening of the projects. The twinning project is also one of the good instruments for the widening, and it's also maybe not only for the coordination and supportive actions. The same is with the ERA chairs. The evaluation process. The evaluation process, it should be more transparent with clear and consistent comments. Sometimes referees wrote, the project is good, but not good enough. What is mentioned? You will find it. You will find it in the report. And I think that the evaluation must be clearly defined for improving the project for the future. And also it's not only for improving the quality, but also the discussion with the panels and have the possibility to demonstrating the credibility of the picture of the project. And it's maybe also improving the widening participations. Other story, it is also the proper training for the evaluators, which should be done for the evaluating the process. I think at the first run evaluation can be done remotely, but the second run it should be used a face-to-face meeting, video conferences, Skyping conference, and other to more deeply discussing the evaluations. But I think also should be awareness of creating bias when using the quantitative criteria, because it's also a little bit lack for the very good scientists from the less performing countries comparing to the big teams and big laboratories, which is on the scale some decades. I must also mention the financial issues, which is also a big issue for the EU 13 countries when you mention it. And I think that there to sort it out, maybe the pre-audit of accounting rules of the institution, certified as a trustworthy model of the institution, and also set the minimum rate for an hour rate for each country. And the quality of the project must be comparable, as I mentioned, the quality of research, as the salaries for the researchers. Yeah. And it's maybe the motivating for researchers for the less performing countries. And what should be kept, that the Commission should keep 100% of cost reimbursement and simplified online tools for signing the grant agreement. The other part, it is a synergies. We very support the synergies between FP and European Structure and Investment Fund, but they should be much more developed. It's currently the synergies between the two instruments of EU don't work at all. Synergies for the collaborative research project and support from the ESF without writing any additional proposal. One example, it is not plausible for researchers to write simultaneously time-consuming proposal FP and also to the national authorities for European Structure and Investment Fund project with a different structure, different scope, and teaming. Here is one example what is a not good way. What we are doing at that time to be the more effective and more successful in the European founding projects. One example, together with 11 universities, with several Central European universities, we are establishing the CELSA network, foundation which finance equally from all participants. And tomorrow in Prague, we have the process of the selecting for the best research proposals that aim to prepare the joint European projects, and we will finalize it tomorrow in Prague. Other what was mentioned here in the presentation of LERU, it is a connection between the LERU and C7 universities for educate also the management and staff to train the best practice on the research and also for the administration about the project. On our university, we established a group led by experienced ERC evaluators to identifying, training, and assisting to ERC applicants. And first result, it's coming. And otherwise, it's important, it is the strategic partnership with the research universities, and we have now the new partnership with 11, Zurich, Geneva, which is helping together making the small grants on the bilateral cooperation to improving and find the best teams for applications for the new grants. At the end, I would put few points, maybe some as a take-home message. First, the evaluations of the proposals must be detailed as possible with the high quality of the feedback. The salaries, it's also the crucial elements for in widening participation, and it must be the motivating element. Finally, the impact, it's set the indicators for the scientific, societal, educational, and also for the innovation level with a clear definition. I believe that the agenda of FP9 will be simplified. Don't forget that the innovation will not exist without the excellent basic science, and I believe that in European Innovation Council will, in the future, also the representative of academias and universities, which is not yet in this important board in the Europe. And what's maybe the main influence for me and my colleagues for the FP9, it is the synergies. One, it's maybe the better synergies of the two instruments, FP9 and European Structure and Investment Funds. But what I think will be more important, it is the synergy between the research and education for future Europe, that the students learn from research and research transfer to educational process knowledge and also the new educational tools. And I believe that the FP9 will be main topic for the helping make Europe the better. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Thomas. And thank you once again for the input that your group has been making into this LERU paper. Very much appreciated. Let's move on to our third panel member, Gerard Heumer, for a perspective of the side of SMEs.
Thank you very much, especially for the invitation to discuss this topic with you. Compared to your organization, I have to bring the opinion of 12 million SMEs and one opinion. And you can imagine doing this, there are very heterogeneous interests in the SME world. Some of them are very much liking the funding of agriculture because they work in the agriculture sector. Some of them like COSME, some of them like other programs in the environment area. And luckily also enough of them like Horizon 2020 and the framework program. So it is for us a little bit more difficult to say just move money from one area to the other. And this is also the reason why we would like to refrain in our position, which will be coming soon, on putting down a fixed figure for the next framework program. Also because every time when my members are coming to me, my national organization, and say we have to ask for more money from the European Commission, then I say, yeah, should we cut something else or go you to your government and ask to put more money in the European budget? Yeah? And most of the time my members refrain to go to the national governments and ask that more money should be paid to Brussels. This is not so easy story for a broader organization to deal with this budget question. The reason why I'm here, I assume, is to discuss a little bit the research program and innovation stuff. And here, I think Europe, the European Commission and Europe as such made a huge progress during the last program. We have been in a situation after the FP7 that we had from FP4, when I remember correctly, till FP7, a decrease in participation of companies. We had a joint understanding, also the Commission and the Commissioner in the last time, that Europe is not that bad in research, as you said, but we are really far behind in innovation. We have to do more. We have to make sure that the money spent on research and excellent results have more impact on the society. And so this new approach with Horizon 2020, which was a lot of work to convince also your colleagues in DG Research sometimes, to go in this direction. With the Pillar 2 and the Pillar 3, of course, especially also with the SME instrument, it is another approach. And we see in our figures at least that there is a higher participation of businesses than before, which not all like. So I was a couple of months ago sitting next to an association of universities, not LERU, telling me, you are stealing money from our budget. So this approach is also not extremely helpful. On innovation, what we also have achieved during the last years is that we cannot say anymore that Europe is far behind in startups. But also because of a lot has happened, a lot of European programs and policies are implemented which help startups, and we are not far behind the US anymore. But the real problem is, as you mentioned, this is the scale-up phase. Here, there are the two topics, the framework, the regulatory framework, how fast can a SME grow in Europe with all these different tax regimes, labor market regimes, consumer rights regimes, technical regimes, etc., which makes it extremely costly to grow in Europe compared to going to Silicon Valley. And here I agree partially when the Commission says we have to compensate this because we cannot change this. But I think we also should be more encouraged to change this. I was really disappointed by the discussion we had in the run-up to the Scale-Up and Startup and Scale-Up initiative from DG Grow, when it turns out in the end that the Commission lacked also the willingness to put the finger on different topics. There was a little bit mentioned taxation, a little bit mentioned insolvency, but there's much more areas where we could do something, and even it's a politically difficult task and it's harder to achieve something. But we have to keep the finger on them. Otherwise, we cannot say for all this what was not perfectly working in the internal market, the taxpayer should compensate via supporting innovation. This is not the way out. The second point on here is the financial instruments related to the framework programs. I think it was not by chance that during the last period, financial instruments for SMEs have been invented, because we learned during the FP7 implementation that the risk finance scheme, which was only open to large companies, was not sufficient enough. Now we have the discussion, should there be more grants or financial instruments, and which kind of financial instruments? I think what is relatively clear from our learning with our members is that till the prototyping phase, till the phase where we have now the SME instrument, for example, the second phase, you will not find financiers on the financial market or on the capital market. We need grants. Financial instruments can step in if there are some guarantees behind them in the phase of commercialization, in the startup, and then in the scale-up phase. The other discussion we have here at the moment, also with DG Research and Innovation, is which type of financial instruments. We have now either loan guarantees or venture capital. This has a disadvantage because you need equity finance for fast-growing companies, or for companies which have not enough equity anymore in their balance sheets. But too often we are confronted with people, even coming from the university, and said, now we have a very interesting innovation project. We have brought them to the commercialization phase. Now let's say we need 200,000 or 500,000 euro to bring this to the market. But we have already spent all our money for the innovation part, for the development. If we now go for a venture capitalist, or if we go for a business angel, that means automatically I have to give up 80 to 90% of my company to the investor. And very often they don't want to give it up. So therefore, there are good reasons. In some cases, we work with mezzanine instruments like subordinated loans, participative capital, etc., which is tested in Germany, in France, for example, and works there. I am not arguing that everything should be done at European level. We are fully accepting the argument there has to be a European added value, and everything what can be done nationally should be done nationally or regionally with these programs. It doesn't make sense to say we are funding small projects with the European Commission, by the European Commission or the agency. This is not the aim of it. But what we see is that projects, innovation projects, which are cross-border by definition, have extremely difficulties to be financed at national level because the silo approach at national level. I only finance a German company if you did do something in Germany, or I only finance something when the stay in France is still existing. And therefore, for the Champions League of European innovation projects, even in the SME sector, we need this European approach. Another interesting approach, which is not really much discussed so far, is coming from France, is this concept of repayable advance, where you get money from the public sector for your innovation project, but the more successful the project becomes, the more you pay back to the public fund. Which gives a higher leverage and also less impact, negative impact on competition between the areas. You have also already spoken about this problem, how we can let's say, move between national, European and regional programs. It's also one of our concerns because 95% of SMEs are financed by national and regional programs, not by European programs. And you need here more seamlessness between the areas. And one of the problems we really have, and here the Commission can do something, because if the national authorities define a different structure of the program, then the European Commission, don't blame the Commission. The Commission cannot follow 400 regions and do the same than the regions are doing. The region has to adapt to the Commission here in this area. But what the Commission can do is, what we have at the moment, we have different definitions of eligible costs in the framework program, in the regional programs, in the structural funds, and in the competition state aid rules for national programs. That means, depending on if it's a structural funds behind, it's Commission money, or Horizon behind, or is national money behind, has to follow the state aid rules, we have different definitions of eligible costs. And this really doesn't make sense. Here you can do much better to overcome this problem. How much time I have left? 4 minutes. Some comments on the LERU paper. First thing is, I think we really would like the Commission to keep on with the 3-pillar approach, excellence, society challenge, and competitiveness. This is, and also the right balance. So we are not arguing to shift money from one pillar to the other, so the balance is not that bad at the moment. The second point is, don't change what works. This is also our philosophy. SMEs needs a couple of years to get used to a program, and if there's no really good reason to change, don't change the rules for the next program. Trusted beneficiaries, I think everything has been said there. The last meeting where the Commissioner was there and the Court of Auditor was there, the Commissioner promised us de facto that he will allow national accounting rules in future, so let's hope it comes soon. Evaluation, there also we have in the SME area problems that evaluations are not very stable. Yeah? Sometimes you get for the same project second time a better or a worse evaluation. Here could be done more. We also would agree with the idea of having meetings with the last candidates for a call in the second phase, for example. But we have also to be aware that there is a contradiction between quality of evaluation and time to contract. And time to contract becomes more important if you're closer to the market than if you are in fundamental research. Collaborative projects, which is the most important part for SMEs. So the SME instrument is the most visible part for us at the moment, but more SMEs are in the collaborative part. We have some sympathies to put them all together and keep them structured, but for us, there are three things important. First thing is we have to have some elements of bottom-up involved. Secondly, it is not enough if the work programs for collaborative research are very much dominated by the representatives of universities and of science business, and ministries of science at the member states. We need more, let's say, more participation of the business sector or of the innovation society in the definition of work programs. And we have serious problems with the new open data approach. When companies are in, companies participating, companies can only participate if they get something out of them later. They cannot give all the results to the wider public in any case. So, and the moment there is a possibility to keep this secret, but for an SME, it is much too complicated to run through this process of getting the data protection. European Innovation Council, we would be in favor to put all bottom-up projects together there, the SME instrument, the fast track to innovation, the Eurostars could be here, but also here it's about governance, yeah? And governance has to respect also the relevant stakeholders, including SMEs and businesses. Yeah, and the last point, and then I have two sentences on SME instrument. The most worrying thing here is the success rate. Yeah, we have countries with calls with success rates below 3-4%. Here, I think, and it's also on us, yeah, we have to do more to inform them better in the regions what's possible, what is the aim of this project. We have still too many applications where the quality is not good enough. And this can only be done if the contact points, the Euro enterprise networks, together with the business associations, take more effort to tell them from the beginning, this is nothing for you, go somewhere else. Yeah, and last wish, but it's not on DG Research, it's DG Regio. I would like to have something like an SME instrument in all regions in future, financed for the regional SMEs, financed out of the structural funds. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gerhard, for these inputs from the side of SMEs, quite important, I would say. Thank you all for staying on schedule. So let's take the opportunity now, first of all, to take a number of questions for Kurt van den Berge, as long as he's still with us, and could obviously probably also react to a number of comments made earlier this morning. Perhaps we start with this last thing, Kurt. First, a reaction to a number of things, or
quick reaction, if I may. First, I would really sincerely like to thank Annelien van Bossuit, who is a fantastic ally for us in the European Parliament. Not only in ITRE, I think you can help us a lot also in IMCO. We're talking about framework conditions, and their IMCO committee is also very important. But I see that you're always also attending other committees, like the budget committee. And for me, when I have to go to the budget committee and I see you there, it gives me reassurance that I'm not alone in defending research and innovation. So thank you very much for that. A quick few comments, if I may. One is on structural reforms and framework conditions. Please don't get the impression that we are not committed to this. We're doing what we can. We're pushing now very hard on the innovation principle in anything we do in the European Commission. But it is true that it takes a lot of time, and it's very complex. If we look at, for example, the European patents, this story has been going on since 20 years, and we still don't have it. So the question for us is, can we wait until we have all the ideal framework conditions in place, and in the meantime have other continents have these champions in innovation, the GAFA companies, etc. So that's a big question for us. And my personal opinion would be that if we start investing in scale-up companies and we test the European market for these successful companies that can grow quickly, we will probably more quickly see what kind of work is needed to improve the framework conditions. So it's not or. It's and, very much so. Secondly, on the EU 13, first I should say that the EU 13 as a group becomes a bit problematic because some of the EU 13 are doing very well, others are doing less well. So it's not such a homogeneous group anymore. Secondly, what we see through the interim evaluation is that actually EU 13 participants do better in large projects than in smaller projects. But EU 13 has more coordination of projects in smaller projects. But overall, they're better and more represented in larger projects. So that is something we need to take into account. The synergies, by all means, that is something we need to work on. I think there's a very good example with the CEF, the Connecting Europe facility, where at the start of the program, 11 billion euros of the structural funds have been earmarked for complementing the CEF program. I think that is a very good precedent. That would also help for research and innovation, building these synergies. Through the ex-ante conditionality and smart specialization strategies, we see that currently 62 billion euros in the structural funds are earmarked for research. And this gives a very good idea of the kind of volume that we should earmark in the future for research and innovation through the structural funds. We're also asked by our budget commissioner, Mr. Oettinger, who is very much in support of research and innovation, to adopt a single rule book at the design of the next multi-annual financial framework, a single rule book for all programs, which we're quite keen to do. That would also lead possibly to harmonization of rules and harmonization of auditing strategies. But there is a big risk, of course, that we would end up with the lowest common denominator of rules. If the rules of structural funds are exported to the framework program, we would have a big problem. If the rules of the framework program are exported to the structural funds, that is something we would be very happy about. So the single rule book is something we are keen to look into, but not if it means that we have to adopt the rules of some other programs which have less simplified than we have, we believe. Financial instruments, I think it's not a question again of or, grants or loans. It's really a question of how best to combine them. I think the future does not lie so much in either grants or loans, but in blending a combined smart use of grants, loans, and equity instruments. And for example, reimbursable grants is something that we would be quite keen to develop. And that ties in very much with what Anna-Leon was saying of the valorization of results. We need to give the tools and the instruments and the incentives for consortia, SMEs, even researchers from the ERC to go and valorize these results and bring them to the market. And very often a combination of different instruments can help in this. And last point on the open access to data, we understand that for SMEs this is quite cumbersome, but it is something where the future lies for research and innovation in the future. We have a very simple, we believe, default option of opting out of the open access to data. We also make the data management plans for managing these data an eligible cost, also for SMEs. But we would be very happy to discuss how we can improve that further so that it is not a burden on SMEs, but that they also see it as an opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much, Kurt, for this first reaction. Any other questions for Kurt van den Bergen? Yes, Thomas.
Could you just wait for the microphone? Yeah.
Thomas Jørgensen from the European University Association. Two leading questions. The first one, you were very forceful on your ideas to sell the program to the skeptical taxpayer who cannot understand why you should spend money for research. Do we have any evidence that that skeptical taxpayer actually exists? I mean, we know the stakeholders are very happy with the programs. This is really a question. I have not been presented with evidence that the European citizens are unhappy with the European Union spending on research. And what we see from Brexit is, as you say, well, we don't like the ECJ, we don't like anything, but we do like the research funding, that one we'd keep. So I would be careful overselling with new big stories to sell to somebody who's actually already bought the thing. So that was the first thing. The second thing related is when you talk about DG Research and the framework program solving the innovation problems of Europe, I think there's a fine line between fulfilling your mission and getting into mission drift, because I mean, there are other DGs that deal with this, as Gerhard Hümer correctly say. There's DG Growth, you have issues in DG FISMA, it's a whole internal market issue. So when you say, well, we should solve the scale up and start up with the whole program, are you getting into a little bit of mission drift there that is more than your very successful key missions and key functions?
Thank you very much, Kurt. Quite a challenge, no?
Well, I'd love to take these questions, but on the first one, I would suggest that maybe also Anne-Lien can say something. I don't think the public is skeptical, the public is ignorant. That's a matter of fact. When you go out in the streets and you ask people, do you know Erasmus? I think a majority of people know Erasmus. No one knows Horizon 2020 or the framework program. Is that a problem? I would contend that it is a problem in the long term, yes. for two reasons. And we've seen this in the UK. The UK research establishment and universities have woken up on the importance of communicating about the framework program Horizon 2020 after the referendum, or in the run-up to the referendum. Then they have seen how important it is to convince the public of the value and the necessity of these investments at European level. But it was too late by then. And now they communicate a lot on it, but they have a lot of distance to go. The second point is, if we want to really have the budgets and programs that Europe needs, that you need to do your work, we have to get out of the corner of being a research funding program. We have to become a program that is an investment into Europe's future, which goes beyond just funding research. We have to make it a societal project. Third reason why I think it's important is that as companies, SMEs and big ones have discovered for a long time, the best innovation, the best solutions are those that are developed in cooperation with the end user. That's the open innovation, user-centric. Now, if we are serious about being more solutions-oriented, that means that we have to bring in the citizens, the end user, into the implementation of the program, into the projects, the co-design and co-creation. Working on solutions in isolation from society and from the end users will not bring us very far. So we need to make that bridge much more. And if we do this, I think we will create a virtuous circle, whereby not only the framework program is seen as a standalone little program, but an ambitious investment in the future that carries the whole society. And that, I think, in the end, is what we want. Is there mission drift in DG Research? Well, we have big ambitions, I can tell you. We will never become a regulatory policy. That's not our ambition. But we want to be on the back of our regulatory colleagues. Because it doesn't make sense that we invest in research and innovation for then regulatory developments to see that they put up red lights to all kinds of solutions. We see that the regulation framework has to become much more adaptive to innovation, new developments, new solutions in the market. And I see this very clearly with an area I've been working on before, the circular economy. The circular economy, everyone agrees, is the thing to do in the future. But we're faced with a whole series of regulatory conditions which were designed for a more linear economy. Now, allowing the circular economy to develop will mean that we need to have a regulatory framework that is adaptive, reactive, responsive to this. Hence the idea of an innovation deal, for example, where we bring together the innovators, the projects we fund, with the regulators, both at European and national level, to identify what are regulatory obstacles to new innovations and how can we clarify and overcome this. And this is the kind of work we want to do in the future. That's what we mean by innovation principle, also being at the start of new regulations. Make sure that they are innovation conducive and not developed in isolation from research and innovation. And I would believe, coming back to my first answer, if we do this, if we can design a framework program that really has these big investments for future solutions, we can actually change the paradigm of European policy making from having objectives and then see how we regulate and then see how research can help to implement it, to having objectives from the perspective of innovation and have regulation come in support of the innovation objectives. That means that we in DG Research have to get out of our silos, have to work much more across the Commission. So I would not call it mission drift, I would call it mission opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much, Kurt. This is very interesting. Other questions for Kurt? Annelien?
Yeah, Indeed, on the question of the citizens, I think I totally agree with Kurt that it's more about ignorance than about not agreeing. A very clear example, last week I've visited a company in Ghent, and they're now looking for something to create the building blocks of Lego, that they are bio-based, so that we don't have to use this plastic anymore, but that they are bio-based. And I think if people in the shop, you buy them, you don't realize that it's on the basis of research that has been done, me neither, in fact, but that always there has been something done in research to move ahead. It's better for the environment and so on and so forth. So people are just ignorant about the fact that there is always some research done before to come to a certain solution. So I think that's also something we should do, and that's also why when I'm speaking for people, I take these very concrete examples to show them what European research is doing, because people are still thinking of European research, people in their labos with these bottles and things, but it's not that. It's really concrete things that they use in daily life. So that's one thing. And then secondly, when it comes to the investment, I think the best investment is the one that you do in research, because figures of the European Commission that €1 spent in European research has 11 euros of economic added value. So I don't know any saving that gives me this interest rate. So that's why I think we should promote and show the added value of the European research, so in really concrete terms.
Okay, thank you, Annelien. Other questions? We can also open up to Annelien. Laura?
Yeah, now that Kurt is still here, I would like to take the opportunity just to actually put a question back to you. You mentioned during your response to our paper that we didn't think about disruptive innovation in our paper, and then afterwards, when I hear you talk about end-user involvement, missions, etc., I have the impression that what you want will support more the incremental innovation. So I think the idea we had in our paper is to support bright ideas, to fund research at different stages of development, to provide follow-up funding, to come with this clustering so that projects that are working in an earlier stage, in a more advanced stage, they can influence each other, results can be shared, overlap can be avoided. Maybe new consortia can be born to take further certain ideas of the project. So that's one question. How do you see in what you would like to develop? How do you see there then the disruptive innovation? How is this not only focusing on incremental innovation? Secondly, I think, and I'm also a bit worried with what you're saying. Yes, we should work with end users, but we shouldn't forget about the citizens whose immediate concern is not necessarily the European economy. Okay, in the end they want a job, yes, but they are also worried about a lot of other things. Uncertainty, migration, etc., the future of our European society. I think we also need to address this through the framework program and not only focus on the more business-oriented innovation. We also need to think about more social innovation, but also give a good opportunity to research that addresses these questions, because I think that's also important to citizens, that we show that we're also addressing these worries and not working above their heads on different things.
Well, thank you for these questions. First, in terms of disruptive, I think what we're after is disruptive innovation in terms of business creation. What we see is that many of the disruptive businesses, if we like it or not, are not made in Europe. They come from elsewhere. And that is something we cannot afford in the future. So we have to allow for scaling up, as Gerald Heumer also said. We have to make this happen in Europe, on European conditions, in the European framework. If we don't, looking at the innovation dynamics that we're getting in the world, if we don't get this right, we will miss an opportunity. Because we know, see, if you look at the GAFAs, for example, they have a joint turnover which is higher than the GDP of Denmark. Just 4 companies. We don't have them in Europe, if we like it or not. So we have to see how we can make sure that we don't miss these opportunities. We have all the knowledge in Europe. We have the skills, the talents, we have the money. There's money in the economy. But for some reason, we don't seem to be able to have this scale-up that has this disruptive potential. And what we also see in the programs we fund and when we do the impact, the interim evaluation, in working with industry, these PPPs, for example, much of it is of a very incremental nature. And our politicians, and Annelien can correct me if I'm wrong, but our politicians are impatient for having more disruptive breakthrough innovations coming out. It is not sufficient, I believe, that we invest in PPPs with industry, which do research to improve their compliance with regulations. I think we should invest in PPPs that really strive for more breakthrough, disruptive innovation that sets the frontier for the future. When we talk about societal challenges, what we really want is transformative innovation. We shouldn't be working at the European level on projects that, again, bring incremental solutions. They may be very useful and important, I'm not denying this. But we should invest our funds, our money, into programs or missions, if I may call it that way, that have a transformative potential, which have nothing to do with business as such, which have to do with decarbonizing our society, our economy, creating a circular economy, having very clean energy, moving our health system much more towards personalized prevention in healthcare, rather than only curative, for example. These are programs of a transformative nature, which very much talk to the citizen. But we will only succeed in this kind of transformation if we have the citizens with us. Not if we develop this in isolation from the citizens and then tell them what is good for them. We've had this in the past, where we see that all kinds of potentially promising technologies are simply not accepted. We cannot afford that mistake anymore. So while you can do the research in isolation, I think bringing the research closer to the citizen, to the end user, telling him or her why you do this and what it would mean for society in benefits is improving your research, is improving your innovation, and is increasing the chances of succeeding in this transformation. And if we are serious about implementing, achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, that's the only way to do it.
Can I add something?
Sure.
I think it's also linked with the former question on the ignorance. If you can show the concrete results that you achieve with the money, then there will be this change of mentality if you want. Because I agree with you that the 3 things that where people expect some answers from Europe today. It's jobs, it's migration, and it's safety. And I think, for example, on the yesterday I was at Le Bourget in Paris, and I saw there very, very concrete results of airplanes that are much more better for the environment, for the safety, all kind of things that were developed thanks to European research money. And I think these are the things that we should show to people, that these are the concrete things that we do with that money.
Okay, thank you. Other questions, comments? Yes, Sylvia.
Thank you. My name is Sylvia from the Young European Research University Network. another organization of universities. There are many, I see, and we will need to see what is our added value, let's say, to these discussions. I wanted to take a bit the point of Laura. You were mentioning a bit on the, we are talking about, yeah, we need to respond to the citizens' need. But on one very easy example, I would say, sometimes their needs might be very selfish. And with one easy thing that is the personalized prevention in terms of healthcare, for example, we would say you need to do sports and don't stay on your couch. You know, this is something that maybe we need just to be a bit cautious and careful, not to be leading only by the citizens' need. That might be priority, not really in the interest of a larger scale. But on that sense, in any case, on how things are going, to better understand our societies, to better include these social indicators, what are really the investments that we are going to try to see from the Commission on these social innovation, social indicators? What are you really looking into? Because when we look into the future of FP9, and we see we will have these new innovators, this scale up on innovations, we anyway talk also a lot about business. But so that's it. I mean, I see there's going to be in the future of FP9 a huge focus on innovation on that, the startups to scale up. But what is the continuation of social sciences and humanities in that sense, for example? Thank you.
Well, I think what we need growth and jobs, but it's not sufficient just to say we need growth and jobs. It's also a question of what kind of growth and what kind of jobs. And that's where research and innovation come in. And we would like to have the growth, I think, that is embodied, for example, in the Sustainable Development Goals. That is a societal project for which we need to work with citizens, with the public, beyond the individual, if you call it selfish expectations or needs. I think the whole public knows that we need to go towards a more climate-friendly society. Each individual does not really have necessarily the ambition or the courage to make the necessary changes individually. But there may be solutions collectively developed with citizens that convince the citizens collectively in group to make certain changes. And when I think of our country, Belgium, for example, I can see lots of potential opportunities for this kind of systemic change. But that is what we need, systemic change. And that's why I'm arguing, we should not look just at technological innovation or solutions. We should very much link this with business model innovation, finance innovation, governance innovation, regulatory innovation, skills innovation, and social innovation. And that's where the social sciences and humanities come in big time, big time. This could not happen without the social sciences and humanities. But it doesn't mean, and again, I do this in the spirit of dialectics, I hope you excuse me for this, it does mean that also the social sciences communities have to accept that they move much more in the direction of becoming solutions-oriented, much more interdisciplinary. And with all due respect, I think there is still some way to go there to make this happen. And that's why I'm arguing that the whole science endeavor, especially social science and humanities, but not only, have to work together in a transdisciplinary way in view of achieving certain missions, certain broad goals. And I think we align there on the Sustainable Development Goals. But we have to make certain that these are not empty rhetorics. That we're not saying, SDGs, give us the money, let us alone. No, that we can make that link, that we can explain exactly what we mean by it and how we will do this, involving the public. And there, again, the social sciences and humanities, we need them. We couldn't do that without them. So we have to make sure in the next framework program that there are no disciplinary silos and that social sciences and humanities can come in. And I think what we need to do is make sure that there is opportunity for the social sciences and humanities to craft, develop some of these missions or goals or programs, however you call it, themselves. If we think about a big issue challenge for the future like migration, well, maybe we need to rely on social sciences to help us develop models, how to create the most migrant-friendly cities in the future, for example. Not just understanding the challenges, but also coming up with possible solutions. So, yes, by all means, we need the social sciences and humanities, even much more than in the past, because we need a systemic approach to transformation of our society.
Laura?
Yes, well, I think the very last sentences of your response more or less reassured me a bit, because I thought you were going in the direction of instrumentalizing the social sciences and humanities to other goals. And they do have a role to play, and I agree that maybe researchers from these disciplines need to engage more in interdisciplinary research. But Europe also needs questions, missions that are driven from the perspective of social sciences and humanities to address the problems of our societies, not only looking at growth and jobs, but also tackling problems like the disbelief in a better future for their children, which is the case for many European citizens at the moment. And I think social sciences and humanities really have an important role to play there. I would like also to emphasize that we do not think, please give us the money that we allocate through Sustainable Development Goals and leave us alone. That's not what we want, and I'm very sorry if that came across like that in our paper. We really want to work, I think universities already do that a lot, with SMEs, with industry, with also societal actors to come to solutions. But it's also at the same time important to keep asking fundamental questions and not only focusing on the very end, on the solution, but also look at if you do that, then you risk not to find the best solution. By asking fundamental questions, you will, and it will take probably a bit more time, but you, in the end, have more chance of finding the right solution for your problem.
Thank you very much, Kurt, for joining us today, and we certainly look forward for future collaboration in this valley of death of 1 year that is coming, as you said this morning. So thank you once again, and see you soon again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, other questions for the other panel members, other comments? Cannot imagine that there wouldn't be any more questions. Stijn, you certainly still have a question, no? No? No. All right. All right. Does that mean that we can do the wrap-up and that we can go for a drink and some light lunch? Is that a good prospect? All right. Let me do then a very short wrap-up, but then I have to move again so that people keep on seeing me, I was told. So coming to the end of this presentation of the FP9 paper, and as Laura just said, the bottom line is, of course, not just to ask for money and run, I would say. Obviously, this is not the case for 23 very responsible institutions in 12 countries today. Let me come immediately, and I would leave the technicalities of a possible FP9 aside here today, but let me come to what's worrying me with regard to FP9. And the two main worries that I have there are, on the one hand, the timeline, and then on the second hand, the budget. The timeline is, or has changed since we have learned a few weeks ago that in fact the Commission, and not DGRTD as such, but the Commission is going to push back proposals for the MFF 2021-2027 with a half a year. That also means that we get a pushback on proposals for FP9 with a half a year. And it's clear that if we want to, or if we ever had the idea that FP9 would be getting an imprimatur by the European elections of 2019, that this is becoming more and more problematic in the sense that by May 2019 this should be over and done with. This looks, well, more and more impossible. And of course, that brings us to the question, by 2019, in which kind of European Union are we going to function? Which will be the member states? What is going to be the situation with regard to the UK? Is the UK going to be out of the Union? Is the UK going to be an associate member of the Union, still paying into a number of programs like FP9 in the future? It's clear that we have indicated in our paper a clear preference that the UK, as Annelien also already indicated this morning, that the UK, of course, at least stays associated with the program. And of course, if the following weeks would lead to a complete revision of the Brexit, well, that certainly would be something that we would support. So which kind of union will we have in 2019 with regard to member states? And I don't talk about developments in Central Europe yet, I don't talk about Turkey yet, this is all far future. What kind of European Parliament are we going to have in 2019 once it is again elected? And as a consequence, what kind of European Commission are we going to have from November 2019 on? We can now spend, let's make sure that we cross this valley of debt as Kurt indicated it, but that brings us only to the summer of 2018. But what kind of European Commission are we going to get in 2019? And obviously, the whole white paper on the future of the European Union, which will be a key topic of discussion in the second half of this year. As you know, we have to come to conclusions there. Well, the EU institutions have to come to conclusions there by the end of the year. It's clear that a lot of what will be said there and will be decided there can have an influence on this future Commission and the way how the Union is going to work. And as a consequence then, what are going to be the priorities of this new Commission and of this European Union from 2019 on? Priorities are, of course, important, also because obviously priorities are normally translated into the distribution of the money. And it's clear that if we, on the one hand, have a cut of 15% of the budget because of the fact that the UK is out, and if we get a lot of other new priorities by the European Commission and the European Union as such, by 2019, for the next multi-annual financial framework, regardless if this next multi-annual financial framework is 5 years or 7 years, this is also up for decision, we will have to see what is the consequence for the research policy. We spoke about migration this morning, what is going to happen with the agricultural budget, what is going to happen with defense, as Laura indicated earlier this morning. We absolutely are not in favor of including the whole defense research program in FP9. We also want to be sure that the budget which is going to allocate it to defense research is not going to be at the detriment of the budget of the framework program. The communication which came out on defense research 2 weeks ago was to a certain extent reassuring about that, but of course everything starts with how you count budgets and starting points for budget attribution. So that means that we are in a very uncertain time frame, I would say, and perhaps that everything that we are going to do from today on in trying to get the key issues of this paper implemented in the next framework program suddenly will be confronted with a completely different geopolitical situation in Europe. And so obviously this is something that we will have to take into account. It can lead to gaps of funding in the transfer of framework programs, in the transfer of multi-annual financial frameworks. And as universities, we will have to be aware of that. Finally, and I repeat what I said at the break, for us it remains very important that we see this Framework Program 9 also from the perspective of the goal to be achieved, namely the European research area. As I indicated earlier this morning, the framework program, just like the 3O policy developed by the present Commissioner, must help us to get to a European research area where we don't have all kinds of disadvantages of the fact that we are 27 or 28 member states. As we saw in the discussion on innovation and scaling up, a lot of the problems with which we are confronted there are a consequence of the fact that we are still 27, 28 member states with different legal frameworks, which at the end of the day hamper the realization of this European research area. And of course, as long as we are all in denial of the fact that the European research area would benefit from a kind of framework, kind of legal framework for the realization of the European research area, then of course we still will have to rely very long on a kind of voluntary bottom-up approach, which is certainly not going to help us if we want to compete with the rest of the world, certainly on innovation, but also more and more on the issues of research. So this in a nutshell, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you found it an interesting morning. I would say help us in bringing the message to as many as possible publics out there. As we said, we have to convince not only the EU institutions, but also the general public. Let's try to do this together. There are several other networks in the room here. Let's try to do this together, because at the end of the day, I think that the European society will only benefit from that effort. Thank you very much, and I hope that we see you at a next event. For now, it would be a pleasure to invite you for drinks and for a light lunch. Thank you very much.